Oh my fucking god, I was. I did say limited. I guess I should ping Discord. These guys are not gonna be used to me being live so early. Norm, you're live at 9:24 in the morning? This is not how they're gonna sound. Imagine for a second. That's how. Whoa! Whoa, Shape! Oh my god. Out of all three of those people, Shape was the name I recognized the most. Thank you, Boo. I know it's for the mount. I know it's for the mount, but thank you. I appreciate it nonetheless. Refund you? That's crazy. The chocolates mean nothing. Wait, do you want to do boys for Northhorn? Or are we just gonna type in game? You know me, I will probably. I don't know actually. All right, where's unlocked for this? Is it back in the Phantom Village? That's not what I wanted. Oh, that's right. They're working. Holy Mother of Christ. Okay, well, I see the first mission. Look, all these people disappear. They have something to discuss. Oh yeah, let me ping Discord as I'm starting this. Okay. I don't sound too bad, do I? Like, I don't sound like death. Excuse me. So my stream deck was not loaded. What? Oh, I forget to post. I have a bad feeling about something, and I'm just gonna let it ride. Yeah, exactly as I thought. The 2 shots I took yesterday, both did not save in 4K. But I'm just like, okay, whatever. Sorry, I can't see chat. Good morning, Lido. Raspy. I think it's because everyone their 17th cousin is trying to redeem that code. Everyone's gifting subs. Yeah. So I'm still recovering from sickness. I caught a cold from my mom. So I'm still recovering from that. It's patch day, so I normally go live early, but I'm doing it with Parrish, so I wanted to do this with Parrish, and also oh, okay. I don't want to say it's like a nasal infection at this point, but whatever I did this morning, it did not look very cash money. Are we? Why are we clapping at this? Why is everyone clapping at this guy? Sorry. I've been taking a lot of Tylenol and Mucinex. Also, this drops for Final Fantasy, so if you guys want to gift subs and get a unicorn for 14. Cash already dead. I feel like skipping this. Mm-hmm. I need to is a miracle cure that and some tussin. There's no fussing with the tussin. There's no fussing with the yeah, I've been doing a lot of Mucinex and Tylenol. I've been able to walk around, so it's not like last year. If you remember, oh my god, I'm cracking my voice. If you remember last year, it's around the same time I got sick, but I had pneumonia last year. You ever could take any of it? It knew. It just knew. Yeah, I think after stream, was it Wednesday? Wednesday or Thursday? I'm picking the top. Yeah, Wednesday or Thursday after stream. Yeah, pneumonia sucks so bad. So that's when I took like that whole month off of streaming until I got better last year. From like July 21st all the way to like August 6th, 7th. And then I came back to streaming like, I want to say like the 8th something or 9th. I'm trying so hard to mute before I do any crazy things. Like coughing. Well, yes. Thank you, past me. Yeah, it sucks. Oh my god, they changed the song. Thank God. I don't know why they always use that one song for like everything, but they always use that one song. Goofy, dude, I swear they have like no other song. Wait, what is it? Is it congratulate? You know what? I'm just gonna wait. Do they have a thing up here? Oh, they do. You know what's funny is I have that on my little like bar somewhere. So that's why people were clapping for girl. They're just like, yay, yay, yay! Look at you. You did so well. You're such a good boy. Rubs bald head. I'm sure there's someone out there who has a thing for girl. Or is it Geralt? I feel like no. Doesn't. Stripping in front of my salad? Is there anything else new outside of North Horn for this? I forgot. Oh, it's just North Horn, right? Oh, I guess there's the other Allied Society. Dispelling magics. I wish I could do voice acting for this, but it would all sound so bad. I feel like the guy with the white hat is judging me. He is. He is. He does nothing else. Today's plan is not for me to really talk a lot, but Parrish and I are gonna do North Horn. We're gonna do some weapon. Well, I feel like it's gonna be a low grind from what I've heard so far. From what Parrish has told me, it sounds like it's gonna be a little grind for a step. And then there's like something we have to craft. Seems easy. So I don't have that many weapons at near this final stage. So maybe I wonder if it's going to be like this for all of them, or it's just the first one and then you're using homes for the rest. I'll take a Tylenol, by the way, if I have to. In the markets of Tuliolol. Okay. Crafting log. Okay. All right, to the market first. Yeah, clap for the bald man. Clap for him. Clap for him. Wait, how difficult is the other stuff? And can I do it with any of them? I feel like it should be smithing though. It should be master. Remember when you when you could put something up on the market board for like 500,000 and make a quick buck off of these? Like when they first introduced the step for it. Sorry, I'm reading the link show. Oof. Wait, is this? Oh, this is for North Horn. Okay, hold on. Let me get this done. I can't believe I walked right past this man. Oh, I didn't even walk past him. I just like teleported in. You can tell this is a Dawn Trail quest. Oh. Hold on, let me see what Parrish is saying. Oh my god, it's donut. Want us to join them? It's like 8 people, right? I think. How many are going in? How many are already in? I could just type that in party chat. There's a delay. Pansig Donut. But this is supposed to be our ultimate encounter. No. Do you want to? I'm just unlocking right now. But then I'm probably gonna get the thing. I'll let you deliver. Wow, damn. That's great. Goes into chat. No, guys, I don't want. Because you all smell like cooties. I would never say that. We can join them after I unlock. Let the people know we'll join them after I unlock. I think the only thing I'm worried about is too much information being just thrown at me while I'm trying to just like vibe. People are probably selling that at double the price, by the way. And the rest I have to craft, right? So let me see. It is... God, it's so hard to see that. Ancestral alloy ingot. Spoof of scented twine, bottle of majestic color. You said they're pretty cheap now. So there's that one. Dense aluminum. Let's get. What if I have the... Okay, never mind. Maybe I will go in. Wow, I have 3 of the 4 ingredients for this. Is it easy to craft? No, it's a 35 durability. Never mind, it's not. Let me see. You know crafters are making money right now. Oh shit, hold on. I have to get money. I have to get money. Hold on. Hold on. Everyone's looking at my retainers and going, wow, you are so rich. And I would tell them, no, I'm not. Compared to like, I'll take out 4 mil. Compared to most people in this game, I am not that rich. I am actually poor. Because there are people who have like 100 million gil or more in this game, and I think it is crazy. But that's the thing. I mean, it's not that it's a thing, but like people hit cap and they just keep it. Oh, that's not too expensive. How much were they before? Someone bought it. Whoever bought that alloy, your mom's a hoe. Did you say some people spend 3 mil? I believe it. We're lazy, bro. Am I? Oh, you know what? No. Yeah, this is like hella cheap. I was expecting it to be like really, really expensive. Majestic polish. All right, I'll put 2 mil back in. I'll keep 1 mil out. Girl, shut up. We don't want to hear your music. So they mass cut down the prices. Did they do that for the other one too? The other stuff? You know what I feel like people do? They get mad at everything and then they go and they undercut everyone by like $1 billion. It happens on nearly everything. Like the not the mount. What was it? The freaking that stupid. Here, have this. The minion from Everkeith and the minion from um Cosmic. That's what I was thinking of, Cosmic. Are you okay? No, I was gonna say, are you Sage right now? Or Scholar? That little thing is so cute. That top you have, it's so cute. Like you. Yeah. He never saw it coming, chat. I just know there's art of him somewhere. Overflowing with ether. Actually, I'm afraid to take that Mucinex. I'm gonna tell you why. That shit is strong. That shit is so strong. This top is so cute. Chat, don't he look cute? Okay. Oh my god, you have a map? Oh my god, he has a map. Oh my god, it's Marius. Ah, good to see you, Normando. Yeah, it's good to see you too, Kednrem. The only road that I really like. He's like a hybrid. He does not look like a normal bro. But he has the body of... Yeah, literally the only row I like in this game. I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, that's a lie. There's a friend of mine who has a pretty good row as well. A plethora. You know what? The plethora of rows is diabolical. Don't you know that? Hi, Steven. Still recovering from a cold. Where am I going? Oh, over here. Good to hear. I don't know. I don't find a lot of rows look that good, but I know some people are into them. I think some of the female ones might look a little good. The male ones are very miss to me. Very, very miss. But Kenram, that's that guy. I'm just like, okay, you know what? Him. Oh? Oh, he's joining them. We're about to join some friends for North Horn. He kind of looks like Brute Bomber. It's time, chat. It's time. Okay, tell them to invite me. Oh, they invited me. Wait, why do I have one more quest? Is it to just travel to the North Horn? Alright, we'll see if it looks. Oh, I guess it is. Make sure you're in the dispeller thing. Oh, no, I'm not. Wait, am I? Now I gotta check my fucking shit. Because I felt like we were being rushed. I don't think so. Go grab the first stuff. Did that bit. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't have the other thingy. I'm skipping this because that fucking song came on. Yay, Dispeller. Okay, cool. Lego. That person's name is Pervy. Where are you going? I want to look at my boo. I want to look at him. I'll look at you in the thingy. Okay, between you and I, Parrish, I skipped it because if I would have watched that whole cutscene while that was playing, I felt like I would have got questions. This place is so pretty. Wait, hold on, time out. They're cooking. I like how it's still muted. So the thing I feared would happen, I feel like it is happening. Oh, I can now go out. Yay, yippee. Should I just grab this other quest? That was such music. Wait, are you behind here with me? Also, why is the expedition guy marked? What is in the world? There's so much going on. I want us to know that I have not played Ninja correctly since the Great Depression. Okay, let's see here. What do we have? We have Phantom Vision gear. What does it look like? Let's see. Wow, he's naked. He looks like... I don't know what to say on this one. I don't know how to feel about it. This is for Ninja. I guess this gives thief vibes, kinda. Alright, let's go do the sea real quick. Where's the... Oh, bullshit. Okay. Is that a 2C? Oh, he got the rainbow. Yay, yippee. All right, let's go do CE, baby. I don't know where it is. Wait, is there another mission back here? No, okay. What is this? This is so big. It's huge. Are we in Alamigo? This feels very Alamigo. Oh, I feel very... I feel like I'm gonna get attacked. Morning. I don't know where this thing is. Dude, that's across the map. That's across the map. What the? Hello? Where am I even going? Dude, my balls. My balls has. What the fuck? Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. Da, 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 da. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. Talking about yours, that's crazy. We're not making it to that CE chat. Because I'm gonna keep picking these up on the way. All right. Oh, fuck. I messed up. All right, let's try to make it there. I don't think we're gonna make it there. Wow, it really picked up where we left off. Hi, All-Star. Dude, this place looks so nice. Like, it looks really cool. I don't know what's gonna be my favorite part, so I don't know. Can we swim across this? Is that possible? Nope. Okay, well. Yar, the game. Oh yeah, hello All-Star. I am still sick, technically. But I wanted to stream while doing OC stuff. Since we were gonna make it to that, I was just like, we might as well just pick up stuff around here. Interesting. I'm technically caffeinated, but I don't agree. You know what? Cheers to that. Why is this man so handsome? That's what I want to know. Who gave him the right to be so handsome? I have a little bit of lemon ginger tea left. I've been drinking a lot of herbal tea lately. Like, it's been in my, as I call it, my blunt rotation. Tea, orange juice, and water, but we ran out of orange juice. So now it's just tea and water. Which is, it's just double water. Can there be a CE that's closer than that? Oh, do they want me to go back? I guess they do want me to go back. Should I just pick up stuff while we're out here? Should I pick up just like all the Ethernets? I feel that's gonna help in the long run. I'm gonna pick them up. I might as well. That's a big. Oh no! Don't touch me! 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 Does that say 31? Oh my god! I'm gonna die. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Chat, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Help. Is it still chasing me? Okay. Is it? Okay. Chat, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. I'm scared. Baby, I'm scared. Okay, I just realized that you were talking in the other chat. Let me turn off. I'm gonna fucking die. It's not here. Where is it? Is it character config? I think so. Log settings, notification sound, party. Okay, we're good. We're back in the building. Actually, hold on. Let me turn on sound for our link show, if that's possible. Ours is 1, I think. There we go. All right, now I can see your stuff. Wow. Okay, hold on. Let me get off of my mount. All right, to the next one. Just like there. I swear by my OJ, I have a small glass every morning, and while I keep up with that, I don't get cold. I used to drink orange juice every morning, but what I do every morning now is just drink tea. Enjoy the lurk and enjoy the game. But the thing is, for me, as I have such a low immune system, so like my immune system is just dookie. So what ends up happening is I can eat. Ow, that hurt a little bit, tiny bit, a smidgen. Can we? No. Can we fly in the zone? I don't think we can. So because of the autoimmune stuff, I end up getting sick easily, which kind of sucks. Let me see what they're saying in this. I thought that was a chest, but it was a mimic. Oh wait, there's a... Yeah, let's do this. That person is dead. Ow! That's mean. Oh, now I see how it is. It's out of control. I feel like they learned from last time because, or maybe it's just because like, ow. Yippee! We got Dispeller. Oh, there's pots. Okay. We can do pots. But also we need to get that teleport. So yeah, this is gonna be what we're doing all day today on stream. Chatterinos. I don't know where pots are. We still have to get that middle one too. It's gonna be really hard to mute every time I have to like do anything nasally. I think this is the first field mission where I okay, this place is more tame. Like 25s. Oh, excuse me. A critical encounter is at hand. Are we close to it? Oh my god, we're actually close to one? Crazy. We were. but we're getting stuff. We're taking our time. Oh, there's a survey point right here. Sorry. Unhallowed Hammett has been... Oh, there's a survey point there. You want to grab that? Sweet elixir. I don't think I've ever had luck with pots. Ever. Okay, let's see. He has the mount. He's my personal Uber. I love it. Where's the other one? I think we just got that one, so it's this one. Who was that? Hi, Gaze. Oh, it's sick. That's who it was. I'm gonna do the streamer thing really quick and say that there are drops for the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. So if you are chilling in chat today for those... Wait, what the hell? Oh, there's... Thank you. But for those drops, it is 3 gifted subs. 3. And you get a code to do, or you get a code for the Rainbow Unicorn mount that Paris showed off earlier. Is that it, by the way? No, there has to be another one, right? I guess go back so I can finish the last mission or get that hate that's going. People need a res. But overall, yeah, I see it. Or is that the CE? No, that's the... Yeah, that's the thing. Look at it. I was muted again. Wait, is this a... Oh. evil. Oh, that's so evil. Oh my god. That was so... Bro, that was so evil. That was so evil. That was so... What the hell was that? Take me back to base really quick, please. What the hell? It was like... Oh wait, that doesn't take me with you. Crap. It was like the donut, and then it was like multiple, and I didn't see the safe spot in time. That guy has Super Saiyan strength. Oh my god, crazy. That was wild. I just want to get the missions done so I can just freely traverse OC without worrying about that. What's my Tylenol? Tower of Magic? Interesting. Oh my god, Jed is right behind me right now. It is so cute what he's laying down. But I find everything he does cute. I'm just getting a little steady. Okay. Oh my god, there's more? Well, today I learned. Ooh, was it Tora? Oh, it was Tora. What is he saying go, go, go to? Are we close to that? No. Wanna go try that? I think he's away. Oh, that's right. That's right. He's in the middle of work too. So he probably just got a call or something. Never mind. He went to pee. Oh, he's back. He's like, what the hell? Why are you hurting yourself? I just started the next mission, so I'll probably just go to that. We missed the CE though. It was kind of close. Actually, hold on. Mount Roulette. Oh, I haven't seen this one in... Yeah, we just missed one while you went to go pee. Where is this mission? Oh, it says Center Island. We could have teleported there. Funny enough. Yeah, let's take the teleport there. Where's that part called? Oh my god, it's Pen. It's Penanana. It's Penanana. Oh my god, there's so many spots. I'm gonna go to this one first. I don't know why, I just am. Me and my super speed. There's an underground? Oh my god, there is. I don't know how to access it though. Oh, here's one. Does that say 40? Brother? To map says there's an underground to this, but I don't know what the underground is gonna look like. I'm kind of curious about it. How do you access it? Like, I wonder. I was gonna say this area, like in particular, looks like the ancient city of Mach, which we run in alliance raids. Like, as soon as I saw like the little bubbles and stuff, I was like, whoa, that looks very familiar. So one's over here, one's near the CE that's currently happening, and one is over here. You found the downstairs? Where was it? I'm scared. Wait, was it In this house over here? Oh, over here. Oh, this house over here. Sorry. Don't turn around. Oh. I wonder if this is like Death Cave. Whoa, that's a big drop. Whoa, that's such a big drop. Oh, I want to see. Hold on. Who's hiding in there? It's me. Oh, is this it? No, there's more. Oh, there's a chest down here. Wait. Is that gold? I'm scared. Oh, I got dye from it. No, it was an actual chest. I was so afraid. Do you see a chest over there? No? Okay. I was so afraid, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, oh my god, it's gonna do my pussy in. What the? Burn? What? Okay. I'm scared. No, 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 no. What? What is this? It's the same song from the Weeping City. That's a level 47 enemy? I don't know if we actually make it. Perish, perish. Boo. I don't think we make it. The lighting in here is gnarly. Wait, the lighting in here is gnarly. Hold on. The lighting is kind of gnarly. Hold on. All right, let's jump on. Let's see. We're exploring. I hope none of these enemies have ranged attacks. Because we are screwed if they do. Whoa. This place is so nuts. What is this? A CE has to take place down here, right? Like later on? Whoa. I know those are like the lights from last time, but what is this? We're very much weeping in the city, chat. Ooh. Ooh. What the hell are those? Oh my god, what the hell? Oh. Oh, we are in trouble. We are in too deep. We are way in too deep. Like, whoa. We can't jump off the edge and for it. This is so cool though. It reminds me of Oh, what? You touched his butt. You touched his butt. You touched his butt. You touched his butt. Oh no, you. Mama, I'm scared. I trust. I trust and perish. I trust. They're still chasing us. Lord, baby Jesus, please. Okay, one stopped. Both of them stopped. Yay. Are there any other chests around here? Got you getting off right there. Dude, the lighting down here is so gnarly. That was a really cool exploration mission we just went on. I enjoyed that personally. All right, let me go to the other one. Go to this one. They said group killed them. That's cool. I went to, what is this shard right here? Suspended memory. If you got that one. Is that who I thought it was? Oh yeah, I'm putting my mask back on. I never maxed out time age, so we're gonna try to do that. Okay, where is it? Over this way. Oh, that's Groot. I was like, what are they talking about Groot? That's Groot right there. Level 33. I was like, wait, is he coming? Dude, it's so pretty over here. It seems like a really good spot to pose. I'm not gonna lie. It's really pretty. Oh my god! That was a new sound. I'm not used to that. Oh, another treasure coffer. Good, 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 good. Oh, materia. Materia. For some reason, are the spots different for us or something? I'm guessing the spots are different for us. Right? Why is that big coral right there? We haven't seen a chest yet. Okay. Big old coral. Ooh, it's right here. If I get attacked by this coral, I'm gonna cry. Oh, we should read the thing we picked up earlier. because that seems very important lore-wise. Yeah, I like how this looks. Wait, is there something over here? Am I reading when we're not in the middle of Iraq? That's crazy. Oh, it's the first record. I'm not gonna read it. All right. Right. Hike us to the teleport. Whoa, that coral doesn't know what they want to do. They don't know what they want to do. It seems like it's at the four corners of the map. Let's go. Thinking whatever that place is. Oh, we had the same idea. Wow. Wait, is it this way? It's this way. Oh wait, pots are over here. Wait, pots more important. Hey, Fox. Spawn right in this circle. Yes. Wait, did we get, let's go. We got a thingy. Oh my God. Yay. Okay, let's see. Where do we go now? It's very RNG. Something far southeast. Southeast. Let's go southeast, chat. No, Pan is dead. Pan is dead. No. Why is Pan dead? No, Pan. Poor Pan. What the hell is that mouth? Southwest? Make up your mind. Is it southeast or southwest? How you doing, Fox? I'm gonna have to go through that because I can't go through the water. South. Okay. There's this. Oh, you got a bronze. No. Northwest. Is it like? Oh, it's a critical at him. Immediately no. It's up there, bitch. Okay, I should have known. I'm still sick. I'm still recovering from the cold. You could probably hear my voice still. I hope there's no enemies up here, because that's gonna be so bad. Okay, there is. but Parrish and I wanted to do some I'm not gonna make it. Damn, never mind. Yeah, I've been taking time off so that I can recover. Oh, I got a silver. Nice. I got materia. I got materia. Kiss my butt. Can I not? Oh, I guess I can't saddlebag stuff in here. Never mind. You know what? In all honesty, it wasn't as bad as last year where I had like pneumonia. So I think that's the best part. But some things still linger. And I've been taking meds and all that stuff for it. Wow, I get the 4% amount down. Oh, it's over here. I don't know where Pookie went to. Is that him? Oh, he's all the way over there. I'm going to the next mission spot. For me, at least. Oh, it's over here. I say it's down. Oh, there's a chest. I have 2 items remaining in my inventory. I didn't clear my inventory before coming in here. I should have. I really should have. They should release a 3rd area for this. Because this one seems to be more about Scala and Mach and stuff than the last one. Can you guys hear the game all right, by the way? Yay! Also, yeah, you guys get 3 subs. You get this unicorn as a mount. That's the drop for 14 streams today. Actually, I don't know. How long does that go on for? I was shocked. Maybe till like the end of the week or something. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. All right, last one is over there by the moldering outskirts. Where's the thingy? Some people would say this is where I should be, in bed. But what's being in bed when you have no one there to be in bed with you? Wow, he ninja. Oh my god, he's running like Naruto. Look at him. Believe it! You know what's crazy about this? You can sprint. You can sprint while being hidden. It is so goofy. What's over there by the edge? Looks like. Oh, that scared the hell out of me. I was like, what? We ought not linger here. I can't do accents. It's my weakness. It is my absolute weakness. I'm gonna mute really quick so I can blow my nose. I am so happy. No one can read this chat. Oh, my bad. I'm in their way. Okay, I'm gonna turn back. But also, well, yes. Wait, pass me. Do it. Well, yes. Thanks, pass me. Oh, there's a survey point over here. Whoa. Whoa. Northhorn Base Camp. Northhorn Base Camp. Hello, Archive. I think he would have made it. Looks like we made it. Down, 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 down. I missed that whole last paragraph. Interesting. Mayhaps. Maybe. I think after this quest, I'm gonna take my I'm gonna take my bowl downstairs. So I'll do a little BRB. Maybe make some more tea. And then we could continue Northhorn stuff. If that's cool with you. Is that cool with everyone? A little like self-care break. But I think we're gonna be on for a while because we're definitely gonna be in Northhorn for quite some time. So you guys get to see everything. Every Northhorn activity we do. We're gonna try to get into a CE though. We should try, definitely. But I definitely want to get through these missions. I definitely want to get through the missions. Oh! I leveled up. Nice. Okay, wait. Let me see this one. Northhorn Base Camp. Where was the other one? Oh, this one. For Unhallowed Hamlet. That's just two big paragraphs. Ghastly purple flames illuminate what would otherwise appear to be an ordinary fishing village. Were it not for the telltale presence of the militant void sect. According to the archive, it is in fact the birthplace of Mach, recreated most faithfully. It all began on the shores of Yaffe. Is it? Oh, Pen encountered the the fate we did earlier. Oh no. Actually, hold on. There's a CE coming up. Let's do the CE, then take a break. Well, me take a break. Ten. I'm gonna grab this really quick and then go to the CE. Thank you for... I said Sin. Wait, oh, Sin got a sub. Sin got a sub. My bad. Sickness. Thank you for the 3 gift. I'm guessing that is Sig. I'm guessing that's Sig. Sig did say he was gonna come in here and do that. Whoa! Oh my god, Brick got one too. Wow. Wow, thank you. Yeah, please make sure you thank those who have gifted you subs. Please, 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 please. Very nice, very nice. Okay, that almost sounded like Trump for a second. I'm too sick for that. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You get your unicorn. You're still alive? How are you feeling? I still have a lot of congestion going on. I could use a rest sometimes, but I'm up and going. It's just a lot of congestion and stuff at the moment. And coughing. Not a lot of coughing, but some. I don't want to think it turned into a nasal infection, but maybe? Yeah, no, this is why it's like limited commentary. I'm gonna miss the CE, aren't I? Because I decided to do the cutscene. I thought the cutscene would be short. Wrong side. Oh my god. Also, I just realized it had that. Okay, never mind. We're skipping this. How much time is left till the CE? It started already, didn't it? 3 seconds? All right, enjoy your day. Enjoy your day, Web. I'm gonna BRB really quick, get some tea, take my bowl downstairs and so forth. So I'll be right back. Okay? I was gonna do the CE and then BRB, but that cutscene took like 40 years out of my time. So. I'm gonna change my class though. I don't know what to play actually, so I'm gonna just stay here. Be right back. I was still being hit bad. So what's crazy is that for some reason, okay, I was gonna say the game just like disappeared. Alright. North Horn. Dang, there's so many people here. Oh. Damn. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, I can't get back in. I can't get back in. I think I would have to leave, enter, and hope that I get in the same instance as y'all. I think that's what would have to happen. Trash Bar, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate it. Unless everyone is out. I don't know. Let me see. Oh, we're all just in different. Okay. I wasn't sure. I went to get tea and who isn't ready? Oh, it's Donut. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Well, while we're here and we have time, chat, how is everyone doing? How are we feeling? I kind of want to finish that song, I'm not gonna lie, while we're waiting. Oh yeah, I should sort my inventory for sure. Thank you. Is that in here? Is there like a bell in here? There is not. All right, so you know where I go? I'm going to Free Company Estate. And I'm gonna stir my tea. Yeah, I did not sort my inventory at all. I did not sort my inventory. Oh my god, my runaway totems. What do I not need? Oh, that's not gonna go anywhere. Oh my god, look at how Aaronville looks. Bro, Aaronville does not look pleased. Okay, nothing in there. I was like, I have 2 slots left. What do you mean I have 2 slots left? You know what it is? I bought housing stuff. And I'm just gonna fill up my retainer with them. No, I'm just gonna fill up my retainer with it. Well, I was able to sort it a little bit. My inventory is so trash. I did not do that before. I did not think about that before going in. Initially. I'll do it later. It's fine. We don't have everyone their 17th cousin here. All right, we're doing North Horn today. I'm still sick, so I'm trying not to talk too much, but ow! Was it 5 minutes till you get kicked? Something like that. All right. What is my quest at the moment? What will be the closest? Would it be this one? Wait, is that where we went? No. I'll take this. We'll go over there. I see. Let me see. Where did Parrish go? That's Torah. Oh, is Parrish still at the... No, that's... Wait, are we all in the... Oh, you're at a fate. Okay. Am I close to that fate? Oh, it's this one. I apologize in advance for any sniffling you hear. How much time is left on this one? Oh, 58% done. Oh no! There's a big guy after Torah. There's a CE in the middle, Alan. Oh, y'all finished it already. No. Man, let's go do CE then. Hey, where is... Oh, he's already over there. Did I go to the wrong spot? Oh my god, I went to the wrong spot because I wasn't paying attention. It's right there. Have you heard the city pop version of that? Of this song? So dark. So wait, which way is it? Is it this way? Is it? Now, what if I don't play ninja and I play a ranged class instead? I forgot to change my machinist. Lamb. True sadness. Ethereal. Beautiful, gorgeous, amazing, smart, beautiful. I want that car. That means I have to go through. This guy has BDSM gear on. And this guy. Oh, is she gonna be just like oh, that is not like what she does in the thing. Okay. Okay, we got it. Oh, so she's going to go there first. Ow! Okay. I think I got it. It's fine. Did he get people? Oh, he got people. Oh no. So it's gonna be right side first, then left again. So whichever way they're facing, we have to dodge first. Ow. Get off this side. Ow. This bitch. Oh no. Can I? Oh, I can. No. Did no one go to these? Why? Why they let them die like that? That's so dirty. Oh. You know what? That's my fault. That's my fault for trying to like game that. Is this the thing where she goes to the different spots again? It is. Oh, what the hell? It switched up on me. Yippee! Our first CE! Oh my god. That was wild. That was so crazy. That was like a twist. That was like a little twist on that. Okay, so wait. What do we have right now? We have... I can't see where the things are. The spellers. Where are they? There they are. We have Y and B. We need one other one, which we are not getting at the moment. Unfortunately. What was I doing? I was doing a mission, wasn't I? Yeah, I was doing a mission and I got distracted. Okay, so it was over here. You know what? Let's Wings of Death. Wings of Death be upon ye. Oh my god, we have so many Groots around here, bro. Oh, this is a... Okay, you know what? I see what... I see what Parrish talks about when he says, you know, we do Evercult together or we do MSQ together. It's gonna be like we're going off and doing all of these fates and so forth. Because I just saw this fate and I was like, oh, we should go do this fate now. I help. Okay, another one. How many do we need of each again? I forgot. I'm very bold for just standing right in front of that. Oh my god, there's a CE. A boot. Okay, we're going to the CE. We're going to the CE. What level are you? Oh boy. For those wondering about the drops are 3 gifted subs and you get a mount. I don't think I can give myself 3 gifted subs, but if I could, I would, just for the mount. It's pretty. Okay. I don't think I could gift myself 3 subs. But trust me, I would. I absolutely would. Of course I went back to the green mount. I'm so biased to green. I am so biased. I miss my man already. Oh my god. Oh, you know what? I'm not in this club. I'm not in this club. I'm just behind them. I'm just. Look at these savage raiders. Look at these savage raiders who did M12S. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them with all their cats. What? What? Not the random sky slipper. Hello? What? What the hey? What the hey? Look at these gamers. Look at them. Am I inside enough? All right, all right. I had to make sure. Wait, who brought out the random ass? Not the regalia coming out too. Look at them. It's a good mount. It's a really good mount. Wood. Next question. Oh shit, I didn't turn my HUD back on. Ah! What is this? I'm moving my... Oh my... What the hell? Oh my god, this is so... This is wild. Okay. So they cut you. Oh, that's a big AoE over there. Yeah, we make it out in time. I like how I picked the one class I don't know the rotation for. Have that. Ooh. Oh my god. I just watched that person die, bro. Wild. Life is crazy. Oh, it went this way this time. 1 second, I'm just gonna pop sprint real quick. I'm not immune to taking shortcuts. Ah! Why is he kicking his balls at us, bro? I mean, I know I said wood earlier, but like, I don't think that gives permission to just kick your balls at me like that. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. How did I survive that? Was I healed through that? I'm guessing I was. Okay, I wasn't paying attention that time. All right, I get one. I get one. I looked at chat for 2 seconds. Hi, Aurora. Oh, I should not have come up at this time. Okay, yay! Oh my god, that's so crazy. I survived. I'm a survivor. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna stop. Keep on surviving. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, me and the boyfriend are doing OC, but I think he had to take calls or he had to do some work, maybe. So he isn't in this CE right now. I'm moving around like a madman. I probably shouldn't, but like, who's gonna stop me? Damn, that was 10. How many of these things do we need? I forgot. Hold on. It's so bright. Oh, it's 100 each. Oh. Oh. Where the pot? Where the pot? Where the pot at? Where the pot? Where the pot? Have you gone into OC yet? North Horn? Let me see where Pots is. Pops are not up. The poppers are not up. I can go to this shard over here. Updating the game now and gonna restream myself. Get in there, yes. It's fun. So far. So far it's fun. Even for my sick little self, who is very much that's a mimic. What the fuck, Richard? Why would you put a mimic there? I was about to go up and touch it too. I think that's the worst part about it. I was about to go up and I'm like, ooh, a chest. That's how they get you. Yeah, Parrish and I went around and did a bit of discovery. And we found a spot. We found the subterranean, the entrance to it. Oh, this is definitely a CE area. The lighting there, really gnarly. I like it. Oh, wait, it's right in here. What am I doing? Oh, where? Oh, I have to wait for the critical mission. Never mind. All right. So I gotta wait for this one specific. It's like South Horn. Well, you know, that's fine. I support them from the sideline. You're jumping. You know? I support it. You wanna get that chest? Go for it. CE right there. Does this CE give us anything? Actually, wait, what are these? Are these the... Oh, it's those. Is it above? It's above. I like how we get to experience all of the I've been on Reddit enough. I've been on social media enough, I guess. You know. There was a mimic right there. Crazy. What is that? Pookie. I miss him. I miss him. I'm doting him. I am not playing Machinist for this. Oh! I'm floating. You put me at just the right height. Crazy. What do I play? You know what? Pictomancer. Yippee. Had to mute for a second. Bow, bow, bow. I just like how he goes. I just be vibing. For real, for real. That's us. Oh, that's crazy. I think that... Wait, did they turn into Cerberus? Oh, that hurt. Your mother. All of these things have been so fun to do. I seriously really like it so far. I should probably get my other one back up. Oh, he turned into that. Wow. Can I get this off in time? Ah! I cannot res. I'm for it. Oh, that was so close. Wow. Skinny. Oh my god, man. Double up. I have a feeling about this. What the? I was unable to do a move? Like a weapon skill? Even though I wasn't on the other one? That was kind of weird. Let's get this back. And this back. Okay, we are definitely getting a lot of Ys. We're getting a lot of Ys. We're not getting a lot of the other stuff. All right, so that's another Phantom job down. Nice. You know what? Let's do, what is furthest along? This one. Let's get Chemist out the way. Wait, who's leaving? Oh, it's Kara. Oh my god. Hold on. Smudge. Is that a mimic? It's a freaking mimic, mate. Ow. All right, so we definitely gotta wait for the next big CE that is for the quest. I don't know how long till that will happen, but we're gonna try our best to get to that one. It's very important. 66. Oh, I did that for no reason. Oh my god, we finally got a purple after 20 years. Let's go, a purple. Wowie. I'm so happy. I know it doesn't sound it, but trust me, I'm happy. Trust me, I'm so happy. As happy as this rainbow horse that you can get for gifting 3 subs to your favorite streamer. Is this the lore one? No, it isn't. Alright, I'm going back to the thingy. Waiting for my tea to cool down. It's hella hot right now. Very hot. Serious? Oh! Sorry. That's me overreacting. Where is the seat? Oh, it's in here. Whoa, there's a whole area in here I did not know about until now. Wow. Oh, there's a guy in here. Bibliotaph. I see a car and I just think it's Pan coming. Okay. Hope you all are enjoying stream so far. I've been off the past few days because I've had a cold, which still kind of persists, but it's not debilitating to the point where I can't stream a little or a lot, depending on today. So it's been nice to be back on and do content. All right, have fun. I want to hear all about your Northbourne experience later, if you remember. Man, most importantly, I'm very happy to do this. This is nice. I know Parrish and I are really excited to do this today because we wanted to get into this overall. I'm scared something's gonna happen with that book. Oh. Oh, I don't know what that was. I don't know what that mechanic was. I have no idea. Watch your levels. Ah. Okay. I had a sixth sense. Ain't no way they added a math boss, someone just said. Wait, is it your... Is it your... Is it your actual knowledge level? Okay. I'm just guessing, I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, so I'm at 24. Okay, I got that wrong. How did I get the first two right? I said 4 though. Oh wait. 4, 8, 12. Now you're actually getting me to do math, like in my head. I hate it. I hate it here. Mr. Prime, is this you? Mr. Prime, is this you? It's Mr. Prime all over again. All right, 23. I'm gonna guess I'm right here. Yes, okay. Okay, we might be getting the hang of it a little bit. I know girls math only. That's so funny. Bro, math was not my strongest subject in school. So the fact they're having me do math in this game again is wild. Kill it. No. Excuse me. Yay, more purple. More purple. Oh my god. Yeah, that was I mean, that was fun. Cause someone explain how math works? Oh my god, no, that's so funny. Math raid. Wow. Or math critical. Wow. Mr. Prime has to be behind that. He has to be. So what do you think of that new raid coming? Are you gonna be upset if I tell you my honest opinions on it? Because it's gonna be very positive. It's gonna be very, very positive. I'm excited. Like, I was excited for the Evangelion Alliance raid announcement. So me and Parrish both were like, we're gonna watch Evangelion. we're gonna go watch Evangelion, and that's exactly what we did. We finished that in like a month because we got sidetracked by other stuff. No, I'm not gonna talk smack about Sephiroth, but I'm all for it. I know there's a lot of people who aren't. There's a lot of people who want a more lore heavy raid that adds to 14, and I get that, but I don't know. I think because this is such a theme park type of game. What lore? There's a lot of lore in this game. There is. As much as this is a theme park for Final Fantasy games, there's a good bunch of lore in this game. Sephiroth is lore. Well, he might quite possibly be lore coming up. But no, I'm excited. I'm really excited for it. I'm excited to see it, play it, do Savage for it, maybe. I know Parrish wants to do Savage for it, so we might be doing that together. What else? I'm excited for Evangelion. So, yeah, I'm excited for both. I know they're like collabs, crossovers, all that stuff, but I'm excited. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm waiting for a CE to pop for this. Is this the one I need? It's the one I need. Wait, no, it's not. Never mind. It's close to it. There, we're going to, which one is this? Sinking Sanctuary. I'm excited though. Yes. This is the new area for the Cult Crescent. It is very fun. Some of the critical encounters have been very something. we had a what you call it? We had a fate wipe us. Almost. Killer tank DPS. Yes, they kept the phantom job system. I'm leveling some jobs right now, actually. Funny enough. They added some new ones. Yeah, they added some new ones for North Horn. And there's a new relic step, or the last relic step is in the North Horn. So I started that, and we're currently, okay, don't look at my inventory, don't judge, but we're currently getting, I can't really track where my shit is. I'll be honest. Okay, this is what we're getting. We're getting Dispellers. And so far, we've made a good bunch. I can't help it. Oh, that's because I'm in, what you call it? Someone tried to suspend me. Pen has his, what? Pen brought his pot to the CE. Oh no. Pen, your pot. You can't put it in Chocobo in Northhorn, unfortunately. I wish you could. But also, that's where all of my fishing stuff is. Oh, I should change before this starts. What if I became... I changed just in time. Crazy. Yes. Oh, I should do that actually. What is my... Oh, I know what I am. Okay. I do not know how to play this class after not playing it for so long. Oh! You like that? I can do that. No problem. I have so many retainers right now. Oh. Bitch. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done that. I'm so silly. Yeah, I saw that coming. Thanks, Spooky. I know he can. Oh my god. I'm fine. I said thanks, Pookie, and then I spawned in the AoE. I am such... Is it something we stand on, or... Oh my god, it's like... Ah! I realized what it was like far too late. You know, I'm gonna help out Parrish and just do this. God, I'm hot. Like, my body feels hot a little bit. I am not okay. Ah, you know what? I knew it. Yo, what's up, Josh? I'm enjoying it. I'm on the floor, as you can see. I'm still recovering from a cold at the moment, so I'm just like... Ah, you gotta be shitting me! Okay, I'm good. Maybe it's right here? I think I see it now. Yeah, I think I see it now. I'm afraid to backflip. Okay, there we go. I really should just have the other one. I can see with my eyes. There are lines on the floor. As a Dragoon should be. I don't play this job enough. I used to play for EX3, funny enough. Wait, I did the wrong one. That was not the right positional. I'm fucked there. I'm fucked there too. Oh my god. You see me just moving away from all of that? Okay. Well, anyways, backflip, hit it, back in, hit that, boom, bada bow. Oh, I'm fucked. I was so confident up until that point. Oh, that's not good. I saw too late. Oh yeah, I have Summer Dragoon on. That's what it is. It was supposed to be Summer Reaper, but I forgot they share the same thing, so... Here we are. I'm not supposed to be talking this much because I just know that this isn't gonna be good for me. Bitch, I can't even... Okay. Yeah, mama. I forgot I'm the only melee in this. I'm the only melee in here. I should have been doing that. That's crazy. I forgot. I'm not gonna lie. Anyways. Are the fates and CEs a bit more scaled down so that you don't have to just be a war to survive them? That was a big issue. So I think they did a good job trying to balance it out. We actually got murked by one earlier, which I'm kind of happy about. But the CEs have been fun, I think. I think the CEs have been fun so far. We got math. Do you think it's roughly the same? I don't know. I don't think a lot of the, well, at least to my knowledge, for what I've been able to make it to, I've been able to make it to a lot of fates because it felt like a lot of fates died in 2 seconds in South. It doesn't feel that way here. I guess we're not all at like 30 or 40, so. Yeah, so they're not like dying fast. I guess I have to wait to see if when we hit max to see how it is. Like truly. I'm waiting for 1 CE overall. Yeah, I have none of the former ones, I don't think. Oh, we can go to this person. Ichable. All right, let's see. Oh, we don't even have 4,000. Well, oh well. A second. I mean, it just feels fun for the most part. So I have no complaints at the moment. But I'm also not known to really complain much about things. I just kind of vibe a bit. No, we did have that long convo last night, right? Parrish, about like Dawn Trail and so forth. crank it. I kind of want to listen to that song. Which one is this? Will I ever get my story one? Will I ever get my story one? Maybe not. I can probably go there from here, right? Yeah. We're hoping that Evercold is gonna change a lot of perceptions and so forth. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, everything is 20 and up. One second, I gotta tell them that nearly everything can kill me. Oh my god, look at the little onions and tomatoes. Oh my god, is this gonna be the vegetable bunch? They're like 39, yeah. There's a lot of high level, high knowledge enemies here. Oh, excuse me. What's the last time I took a break? I might need to take a break and get lunch. So get some soup. Maybe after the CE? You went to the back. The back. Where did my Pookie go? Who's this random cat boy? What the hell is that? I'm scared. I don't think I did the thing. Or maybe I did do the thing. Oh my god, it is that type of thing. Why? Why must you do this to me? I skipped something. Oh, it's a turn. Okay. I think I just did this one and totally forgot. Is this also gonna turn, or is it gonna turn the opposite way? Oh, it's that. Okay. I didn't have the thing on. Oh! I went too far. Look at them big old teeth. God damn. No! Is this gonna be the same thing again? Oh, I didn't get to do the other part. Damn it. I did not eat food at all for this. The music has been pretty boss. Oh, never mind. This moves pretty fast from what we saw. What happens if you get chomped by that thing? I did the wrong move. I didn't mean to. Yeah. No. What pattern is it gonna give us this time? Did I dive into that like an idiot? I did. Oh my god, there are so many people raising me. Holy. Oh. All right, changing my class. I'm going back to range. I'm gonna play red mage. I can't play red mage. Imagine if I could. Imagine. I'm trying to think. Where am I at right now? 13, 23, 39. All right, I need to get lunch. So I'm gonna BRB. It's gonna be a long BRB, so I apologize in advance. Do you want me to put something on for y'all? Like a YouTube video? Like I don't know. Like Z-Way? Hello, we are back. Let me fix my inventory, because my inventory is suffering. And when I mean suffering, I mean suffering. Suffering. I've never seen someone suffer so much with an inventory like mine. Is it raining again in lavender beds? Of course it is. Tora is hugging the bell. Wait, why are my glamour prisms going in here? Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Where's my glamour prisms? Why are they going in? I see. I understand. There's probably some things I can get rid of. For instance, okay, not this. Not this. What do I not need? What do I... Can I use this right now? Oh, I could use that. Okay. Oh, yeah, I still have some housing stuff. Do I have space somewhere? You all get to see how terrible my inventory is. I'm gonna put this up. This up. Can you even sell this? I don't care for this. I don't know how much that goes for. That doesn't go for much. This no longer goes for much. I'll entrust it though, just in case someone needs it. Or this, or this. Where are we at right now? Okay. That might go for something. Hold on. Almost put that for too much. If anyone needs a Wanderer's Campfire or Calming Checkered Parasol or Rice Ball Emote or Big Shell Whistle, I have them. You can have them. You don't have to pay me for them. You can just have them. I have this, I have this, and I have this. I have all of this. I also have that. I think that was obvious by me wanting to give it away. Where's this one? Why the hell? I should make it 4,000 just because. So we just added a 1 in front of that and said, yep, that's good enough. Potato chips. Okay, I don't care to sell that. This all goes towards my housing fund, which is more reason for me to sell this, right? Well, I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Wait, is this a region? Crafting material for what? Do you still sell for what? No, not really. Oh wait, high quality. What if I went with $13.99? What if I went with that instead? What are you used for? What are you used for? Like a lot of level 60 stuff. Here, have 1,000. What do you go for? Varnish. Just put someone's birth year in there. I think this sells for something. Someone's gonna see this and then they're gonna like They're gonna like go on the market board and they're gonna undercut by like 2,000, and then they're gonna see me not check it and not care because I'm too busy doing OC stuff. Hey, what? Oh. I think that should be enough space, right? Almost like a whole page, sure. You know what? You go in. And that's a whole page. Alright. I'm gonna eat my soup while we wait to go back in. I'm gonna go back to Tulio. Bye, FC House. I'm really enjoying OC though. North Horn at least. That red mage was dripped out. Goddamn. People are crafting. I don't look forward to doing this on an alt at all. I always say that, but I don't look forward to it. There's so many people. I did take my other med, right? Okay, I did. How are you feeling? Feeling okay? I'm surprised there's not a bell here. A lot of people picking up the quest though. Oh! Did you have to get back to work, Parrish? This is giving me some good time to... Oh, okay. Enjoy dinner. What you having? Is it more rice? Or spicy rice? I did last night. I ordered some Taco Bell last night. Probably the worst decision I made, but I did not feel like cooking. And everything was like frozen, so I couldn't like make anything. Okay, Fox. Enjoy Z's. You have a good one. Thank you for being here. I appreciate. I appreciate. I'm just having some soup here for lunch before going back into OC for more stuff. We are, let's see, where are we at right now for, we're 13 for Dispeller A or Alpha. Dispeller Beta, we're at 23. And I don't even know what the Y stands for, so we're gonna say Yeta. We're at 39 for that, so purple, blue, and I guess you call it silver. 39. They look like the things you would get from OC, or not OC, from God, what's that place? Cosmic. The drone bits. Reminds me of that. Wait, all my fishing stuff is in here. And then I have some extra fishing stuff out here because I went to go big fish. And I get none of the fish that I went for. I was so sad. I was late on one, but I think one I needed to have intuition for like 2 minutes or something. Well, those instructions weren't like that clear. So I fumbled the bag. Great. I'm gonna change my class. I don't know if I'm gonna go back into Samurai. I really wish I had Red Mage at 100, because I'd go in as Red Mage. Red Mage is low-key kind of fun. I would say I enjoyed it more than I enjoyed. Wait a second. Didn't Beastmaster launch too? Wait, did Beastmaster launch with this update? Should we go get Beastmaster? Beastmaster? I just remembered Beastmaster. Actually, let me go Lodestone. Excuse me. I couldn't remember if Beastmaster launched with this or not. Oh, August 4th starts the Yokai Watch event again. Oh, excuse me. But they added some stuff? Okay, so here we go. North Horn. Okay. Phantom Weapons. New Hildy. Allied Society. New Game Plus. New furnishings were added. New hairs were added? Oh, I should probably put this on stream, huh? So people can see it. I'm gonna turn off the game. Sorry, I was like in the middle of looking at this and I was like, oh, Okay, so some new furnishings were added from the 2025 contest, design contest. This looks cool though. Some new furnishings were added. They look all right. I'm guessing the columns are part of that. Your orchestrion rolls, 2023 design contest stuff. I want to see what hairs from here were really good. This is cute. I think we have this one in game already. We definitely have this one. Wait, is that this one? Or is it a different one? Or is it this one? Oh, it's this one. It's this one. That's the back side of it. Yeah. It looks okay. New emote added. Is that from something? Wings of Mist. You can now get the mount for the drop rate for Wings of Nihility and the Unmasking Extreme has been increased. So that's Inuo, I believe. Unmaking. Sorry, I said unmasking. Unmaking. Unmasking. That's crazy. When does Beastmaster drop? I am totally just skipping through stuff. Fork Tower Magic. Probably not gonna do that. Oh, there's an extreme version. So there's a normal. There's extreme. I guess. Okay. Enhancing phantom weapons. Oh, they're doing a thing from Endwalker where you can choose the stat you want to enhance. That's cool. PvP changes that I'm looking through. Rating gained from knockouts and assists in accordance to the battle high status of the opponent will be adjusted. Someone. Oh. All right. Sorry. I heard something and I was like, oh. Anyways, back here. From assist. So 4, 16, 8, 12, 6. Okay. The max you can earn is 10 on assist. Okay. Are these new craftable? New recipes. Magic bucket. It's no longer classified as untradeable. New big fish have been added. New mounts have been added. And I think 3 more days is oh my god, bird. Hold on, bird. I want. Where do you get the bird from? New faceware has been added. So I'm guessing whatever the next like last update is with MSQ, that's when we get. That's when we get it. We get Beastmaster. Excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna finish soup and go on BRB again. So, hang tight. I will be back, and we'll tell them, hey, I'm ready for OC. Okay, all right, you're back. And just like that, I'm done. All right, excuse me. Oh my god. Okay, so whew. Dude, I always get hot after I eat soup. Always. It always happens. Okay, so I'm trying to think of what to play that I have at 100. I'm mostly into melees. We don't have Beastmaster yet. Or else we'd be looking at everyone talking about, oh my god, Beastmaster. I think that's the last update we'll get. Let's see. I'm gonna guess they get all of their stuff. Oh, they both left. Alright, I'll dismantle. I'll dismantle. I'll disband it. There we go. Ah, he's going to bed. Actually, I don't even know if Donut's in the link shop. Still. Oh, whew. I'm sweating. I don't know why, but I am. All right, I'm gonna go back in. Let me go back in as... No, heck it. Just go back in as machinist. I should really change this glam though at some point. Let me just do a little bit while Parrish is doing dinner. Things rolling. There's so much lemon in that. There's so much lemon in that. I think there is someone we can go to exchange these things. I'm trying to think of who it is. Is it this? No. Is it this person? No. Oh, it might be this one. Yeah, there we go. Oh wait, I have one more. Yeah, I have this one. It won't let me give that one. Okay, sure. All right, so we're leveling chemist. That was not by recommendation. That was just by me wanting to do chemist. So I'm sorry to anyone. It was the one that had the most levels on it, I think. Let's see. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jobs mastered. Oh, I guess I could have done Bard. Critical engagement? Where? We'll go do. We're gonna do this one. Gonna die, mama. Oh my god. This is actually, this has really been fun to go through. Bullshit for me, I think at the end of it I wasn't very interested in it, but I've been interested more, I think, in OC and doing this. I also enjoyed Bullshit for what it was at the time. I think I just came in at a really late point because I started in 2021, like May, I think May 2021. So I came in during that like lull period where Walker got delayed and I had a lot of time to catch up, and just like most people I had a lot of time to do Final Fantasy stuff because we were all locked in our house. What is that? Level 43 bile. Damn. Damn. I did not notice that there were like 3 people who were dead. I didn't even notice. Let's see if we can get through this without... Why do I feel like the other one is like a stack or something? Oh! Oh, I'm screwed. I don't think I can use Chemist. I can level it, but I can't use it, I don't think. That was unique. Okay. We're gonna pre-position over here. Yo, that's... Oh! That's rude! That's fucking rude! That was so rude. What the hell? All right, we Gucci. I did not do that on the right one, but it's okay. I like this one. I'm not gonna like it with this time. It reminds me of the Nier mechanic a little bit. All right, I need to stay like center or somewhere. Damn. Okay, I was screaming that whole time. I didn't realize I was muted. Crazy. Still waiting on that one thing. Oh, Parrish got offline. Quick make dinner. Whew. All right, let me see. Are there pots somewhere? No, that's the bait over here. That's 38%. All right. I just say sustain myself, so most likely, I guess I can go shield healer. 54. Okay, I'll wait actually. Did we get any new things? No, we did not. I'm not sure if that particular thing. Oh, I should see. Is it you? Oh, that's cute. So it wasn't that. Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, I forgot I had that thing on. Oops. Oh, these are nice. I could see. Now I know people were like, oh man, we need more fantasy outfits. And Oh, there's ninja, black mage, white mage, red mage. The writing map is 3,000. Dungeon sealed away. Are there no other things in here? Materia. Sorry, there's materia here. Materia. Okay. Is there like a gold? Okay, there's gold. Dragoon Summoner. Okay. Only have 480, so we can't get anything yet. What is this? Okay. The music here is really nice. I really like it. So there's a few things. Another critical encounter. Oh my god, it's where I need it. It's right where I need it. Actually, I'm gonna go tank for this. I should go the most self-sustaining tank, but this is the story one. This is the lore one. Needed this one. I'm so happy I got back in time for it. Wow. Wow. I also don't know how long I'm gonna be on for. It feels weird to be live so early and to kind of go past like the usual time I would start. This Heffa followed everyone in. Wild. You know what? No, I'll go shield killer. Okay, you know what? Sure. I don't know who to give this to. He can heal. They can also heal. What if I just gave it to them? I don't know who to give it to. A full party. They're gonna think I'm the GOAT. I'll give it to them because they seem to have the thing up. We're all teaming up on this one enemy. Hey, let's go. One knowledge. One knowledge, only one. Yeah, I don't know how long I'm gonna go. I know tomorrow probably won't be on, or if I am, it won't be early. Maybe depends. It felt nice to get on early. Quite honestly, it felt really nice to get on early. All right, here we go. The story critical encounter. What the hell is that? I'm gonna guess to be like right here. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna blow us. How powerful is this gonna be, though? Okay, that was a good idea. Ow. Okay, we're good. Oh, there's some wind. Oh, that was good. That was nice. That was nice. Oh, I haven't. Oh my god. I haven't put my debuff back on there. Oh, someone was down. So far, this has been fun. Oh. Well, they got the shield, so that's good. You know what I didn't do? I was like, I don't know where it's down to. That was frick cold-blooded. I slipped up a few times there. That's okay. Okay. Yippee! Now we go back. Dang, they disbanded so fast before I could say anything. Before I could say, you know, GG's, thank you for party. You know, thank you for shopping with us today. They're like, I'm out. A handsome horn. Hello? Guys, do you think horns are handsome? You can tell the truth. I love the vibes that this zone gives off. Like, very much so. I think it's the first time I've been on 14 for so long, because normally by now I would have logged off, started playing Pal World or something. Which, by the way, I've been playing Pal World. I've been playing Pal World, and it has been very, very fun. Parrish and I started a little world of our own, but I also have like a solo one because I wanted to try it. I'd never tried Pal World, but it's been really fun. Little Pokemon ripoff. I didn't think Pokemon with guns would be my thing, but I think the exploration and I think just somewhat the silliness of some of it is like so cool. I guess that just grabbed me because it's kind of goofy, like Gumos. I want to rename him Goo Ramekin. I probably shouldn't be doing this too much. I should do something else. It's a new delivery, so uh-oh. Oh? That's crazy. He said that. Wow. Yay, Chemist level 3. Oh, I have revive. Nice. Okay, I think I'm going to stop there because I'm gonna wait for Parrish to do any more occult crescent North Horn. But this was fun. This is very, very fun. North Horn is fun. I do like it so far. Big fan. Big fan. I don't know when the next time I'll be on, but I do so far think this is worth a good grind. And it looks like you can get a good amount of things from it, like the, what is this stuff? The dispellers for the Phantom quest, for the not these are glamour dispellers and prisms. These Phantom dispellers. You can get a lot of these. We got a fair amount in our time in OC, but you need 100 of each. So you can do OC, which seems fun so far, or you can spam I think high level dungeon and some other stuff. So there's that. All right. But yeah, I think that's where I'm gonna stop today. Rest a bit. Did you know Halo remake came out today? There's a Halo remake? What is it called? Oh, is it the Halo Combat Campaign Evolved? Something like that? Is it that? Does this have multiplayer with it? No, it's just co-op. They didn't want to put this with the other Halo game? Oh well. Uh, you know what? Good for them. I am going to. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because I don't think the first Halo was on PC, was it? I don't think it was. Well, have fun with it. Hope you have fun with it. I'm gonna send you out Aurora because Aurora was here earlier and they stream. More North Horn probably next time I'm on with this. Let's see. I can find Aurora. There they are. Okay. So I will see y'all either if not tomorrow, then like Thursday or Friday. Depends on how I feel really. But I really did want to get on and stream for today. Because big patch, I was like, I've never really missed a big patch release. And really didn't want to miss out on North Horn. So there's that. Okay. I will see y'all soon. Ghost Ahead Aurora. They will keep your 14 addictions going. Wait, what is this on the side here? Oh, it's showing me stats. I know. Yeah. Also, yeah, there are drops for 14. So 3 subs, you give a streamer 3 subs, you get a mount from it. So yeah. Anyways, I appreciate y'all. Take care of yourselves, each other, and most of your friends and family. See you soon. Bye.